Good morning. Good morning. I'm gonna start the timer. I'm assuming they went back. Just give me like 2 minutes. Just finishing up, and I'll be on the screen in a second. But good morning. Good morning. right. Good morning. Rise and shine. Ooh. All right. Let me get myself on the screen. Let me make sure the thing is not frozen like last time. Okay, good. Last time I was let me get the light on too. Hold on a second. Get the light on. I want to let some of this sunshine in too. Sun in. Gonna water the plants a little bit. Give them some life. Let me adjust this just a little. I don't know if it's like this is kind of there. Is that good? I guess. Good morning. So, all right. So, with this deliberation thing I've seen in some other trials, they don't really say anything. The jury just walks in and they just start. There's no like, hey, good morning, blah blah, all aboard. They just start. So this reporter said that jurors are set to report that to the court at 8:45 a.m. They'll head into the back into deliberations. We'll carry a verdict on air and online when it comes down. Let me see. Sometimes there's something in the chat. They didn't say anything in the chat. So I'm assuming they already started. But if there's word that they started at 9 or something, then I'll just rewind the time. I'll rewind the time. So, yeah, Shirley, there was a big chase last night. And we missed it. At one point, I fell asleep pretty early, I think. I don't even remember what time, but I fell asleep pretty early. And at one point last night, I'm in a Facebook Messenger group for chases, just a small group of people. And my phone kept kind of going off, but I don't think it was about a chase. And it just kind of kept annoying me because it just kept going and going and going. So I just I think I muted the chat. But then my phone just kept getting notifications, but it wasn't a chase at the time. It really wasn't. I don't know what happened. And so I just silenced my phone altogether. It's like, I need to get some rest. And of course, when I do that, a semi-truck gets stolen and there was a chase. But the interesting thing is nobody called me last night. That's another thing which surprised me. Usually I get a call, especially for something like that. A semi-truck, I'll wake up at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, even though they don't run that late. I'll wake up at any time if it's a semi-truck. But I wonder if it's because these cell providers were down. There's a lot of talk on the internet right now about the whole cell phone thing. It's trending. People are talking about leave the world behind. It's the end of times, the end of the world. Look, let's see. Let me show you. Nationwide. Fix it. Phones. Leave the world behind. SOS mode. Google AI. My iPhone. Trans. I don't know why trans is there, but trans. It's always something, right? US Cellular. And the Bidens, of course. So I had heard that people were saying that their phones were in SOS mode, meaning like something like they could only send text messages, but they couldn't call. I heard people's phones were doing weird things. I don't know because I was sleeping. When I woke up this morning, my phone was working fine. I woke up around 5 in the morning. Seemed to be working fine. And I said, Mel, can we rewind the time? Why do we need to run the time? Did they say 9 o'clock start time or something? A reporter that I was reading said they started at 8:45, so I'm not going to rewind the time unless they say they started at 9. I'm going off what the news reporter said. So unless there's a 9 a.m. confirmation, the news reporter That's local. He said 8:45 a.m. So I want to look into the cell phone thing for the first thing this morning. Let's talk about that. First of all, do any of you guys in the chat have issues? I have Verizon. I used to have AT&T. For some reason, with AT&T, I was having a bunch of issues in this area, and so I switched because I was pissed off. And Verizon's just a little bit better. In my area, there's just some areas, like right now I have decent service, but just there's some areas around here, it's a little spotty. I am in, I guess, what you would consider a city, but to me, it's a little bit more spacious, and there's like farms some places, and there's like, it's very much, I guess, I don't know what you would call this, a city or not. Somewhat city-like, but also it's like a mix, which I love, because eventually I want to get to a little bit where there's less people, more distance between us. I don't need to be crammed like a sardine. And there's like, vegetation places, like these little, plant farms or whatever they call them, nurseries. Let me see. My phone says SOS. Your phone says it right now? My phone says SOS, but I have Wi-Fi. T-Mobile is working great. It's the Chinese are using the big radio tower. I heard some people talking about maybe Russia or Chinese people or hackers. AT&T was down for everyone I know. Mine's working for AT&T. Maybe it depends on the location. You have Spectrum. Metro PCS is working fine. Look at that. Metro PCS untouched. Even though Metro is kind of T-Mobile now, right? Not kind of. It is, I guess. By the way, Capital One bought Discover. Let me see. Capital One. ADD. Capital One bought Discover. Or is it an offer to buy? How Capital One's acquisition of Discover could impact consumers. $35 billion. By Capital One's $35 billion Discover takeover will be a profit game changer. I think that's cool. I like Capital One. Some people love it. Some people hate Capital One. I feel like Capital One gives people more chances than anybody else to come up. Or if you had screwed up credit and you're trying to build it up, Capital One gives you a chance. Even if you've screwed up with them in the past and you start fixing yourself, they'll give you a chance. I like Capital One. Capital One's $35 billion Discover takeover. So I don't know. Maybe it'll make it easier for people to get Discover. I've always wanted to get a Discover card. That's on my list. Discover and eventually maybe like an American Express one day. Though those American Express are pricey. Some of the fees and stuff. Angela Cook, thank you for the 10. Says good morning. Or sorry, good afternoon good afternoon, Mel and chatters. Hope you're feeling fabulous. Thank you. It's morning here, but you may be somewhere it's afternoon. Cheryl Cannon, thank you so much for upgrading to level 2. I'm going to be talking to Mustard Mama today about the members challenge, tier 2 challenge coming up in March. She pretty much has everything laid out, so we got to talk and come up. I don't know if we're the come up, but just kind of go over some of the little bits of information, and then I need to come up with my own thing too. Oh, the Gray Witch, that's you. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. We're doing something fun. And it's some people too have messaged me, said that they can't really move or they have some type of physical challenge, like whatever ailment. So they'll probably, I'm sure in the future there's going to be different challenges that doesn't require physical, assertion, or maybe a water challenge or something like that, whatever. Discover has fantastic benefits. I've always wanted one, man. I want to Discover. Capital One, see, once you get past the Quicksilver, Quicksilver is like the basic one on Capital One, like they kind of comes with like nothing. Though I think there is some Quicksilver options, that some of them that actually do have a little bit of benefits. My favorite card with Capital One is the Savior card and the Walmart card. Those are my favorite ones. I don't know if they have better ones. The Savior one, like you get 3% off on, see, what do you get here? You get your rewards. I'm pretty sure you get 3% off on dining. You get 3% off of entertainment, like Netflix and stuff like that. Not 3% off, you get 3% back, cash back. What else is there? Oh, I think groceries too. I think groceries, you get 3%, certain grocery stores. So they won't do Walmart 3% back because they have a deal with Walmart, which gives you 5% back. So they purposely will leave that benefit out. So you have to go get the Walmart one. The Walmart one I think is really, really good too with Capital One. You get 5% cash back on all your purchases. It's really, really, really good. And then I take those cash rewards and I just sometimes pay the bill off, or you can buy whatever, you can redeem. They have little incentives and stuff like that. My other favorite credit card is Best Buy. Best Buy is dope. If you buy at Best Buy all the time, like I do, I just had a $90 gift certificate the other day from Best Buy. If you shop all the time in electronics, because Best Buy matches prices, I think Best Buy is the best place if you have one near you, and if you get a credit card. I see a lot of people will do the whole not what is it? No financing for whatever amount of time. I usually pay my credit cards off pretty quickly, or leave a little bit on there. Depends. So I just take advantage of the gift certificate and the points. That's what I do. And so a lot of times I'm getting $20, $50. I like the Best Buy. That's one of my favorites too. You just got the Walmart one? You got the offer? I think it's really good. The Walmart one. And a lot of times, Best Buy is awful. I've had really good experiences with Best Buy. Their customer service, their Geek Squad, I think actually sucks. Me and Luffy have gone back and forth about that. I used to think they were a good. Geek Squad sucks. Oh yeah, we might at some point look at the Chase. You don't want one? My girl get a Best Buy card. I have my girl get a Best Buy card. The only thing is, man, I'm one of those people that loves electronics, so I might, every time I walk there, I might want to buy something. I have to stay out of there for a while. You have Amex. Amex has really nice benefits too, if you get the top tier ones. I think the Walmart Plus is really good too if you get that, because you get Paramount Plus, you get, I forgot how much percent on gas back. You get, shoot, I think it's 10 cents per gallon, which doesn't add up to much, but honestly, by the end of the year, you'll already have paid in gas, like your 10 cents back. By the end of the year, you've probably paid close to what the membership costs. You get Paramount Plus, you get that, and like a bunch of other little benefits. Not bad. Yeah, I know somebody that has like one of the top tier Amexes, and they're just always traveling, so they get a lot of travel points and stuff like that. All right, so let's see what's going on with the cell stuff first. Cell towers down. I just want to see some of the news. AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile customers hit by widespread cellular outages. See if we got a video.
And a lot of Americans are feeling it right now. If you've had some trouble using your cell phone this morning, it's not just you. You're not alone.
Yeah, major carriers have been experiencing widespread outages all across the country, though AT&T is the most affected overnight. Users are on social media, and they're saying their cell service was down. They were unable to.
They're using, so let me tell you about something. There's something called Down Detector. I've known about this for a very long time. It's an amazing website, and people, when there's an outage going on, people report it to the Down Detector. So Down Detector is not only just for cell phones. Like I've seen it for internet. Let's say you're Comcast, AT&T Fiber, whatever. You go to downdetector.com and it looks a little different to me today, actually. That's interesting. Real-time problem outage. We tell you your favorite service when your favorite services are down. So here you have to type what your service is. So let's pick one, for example. Let's see AT&T. Look, AT&T, 70,000 reports, 8 a.m. So there's people still reporting issues with AT&T. 8:54 a.m., 70,000. And this is just people that manually go and report it. So, if it's that much, there's usually who knows how many times more it actually is. Chad Dorman, I've thought about covering it. I mean, yesterday it's several hours long. I feel like we should do a separate stream for it. We could probably spend a day watching Chad Dorman, actually. I don't know about today, though. I don't want it to get lost in this title of Harmony or Adam. So I don't know, maybe tomorrow. If this thing is, I hope that this thing is done today. If this verdict is still going on till tomorrow, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Is down detector also for websites? Yeah, I think so. Let me check. I think it's anything internet or like service based. Crick here, they got all the cell phone companies here. They got YouTube. You can even look up YouTube. Look up YouTube. Stuff like that. It's a good site if you're having issues with something. I feel like Twitter is a good place to check, and then also you go to Down Detector. Even gaming, so like Xbox, PlayStation. If you're on their internet service and you're wondering like you have an outage, you want to know if other people are having an outage, just go to Down Detector.
To make or receive calls. Many are saying, though, texts appear to be working just fine. We're going to try to sort all this out with NBC's Brian Chung. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning. Some pretty alarming issues here nationwide when it comes to the cell phone outages. So it's happening at three major carriers. It's happening at Verizon, AT&T, and also T-Mobile. AT&T appears to be the most affected with about 30,000 outages. It went down and then spiked back up alarmingly. We've also seen issues around 1,000 in number at Verizon and T-Mobile. And what seems like a good sign, AT&T outages, they did dip. But again, we're going to see whether or not after they've spiked again, can they really resolve those issues? Now, some of the most affected areas so far, they include San Francisco, Los Angeles, Houston, Atlanta. So it's happening in many.
They're also saying supposedly, this was an hour ago, 911 down for many, be aware. There's a lot of conspiracy people coming up to saying it's some other country or some type of hackers, or even some people are saying they're doing a dry run. I thought there is a dead switch for providers, right? I thought there's if they want to, they could just push a button, all the services are down. Let me see, do phone providers have a dead switch? This was 2014. This is literal conversations that happened. I'm sure they have it. I'm sure it exists. Maybe the tech people can speak on that. But this is from 2014. I'll make it bigger. The nation's biggest wireless companies agree to put a kill switch in every new phone to make it useless if stolen. But, I feel like, of course, they could use it for other purposes if they wanted to. They have the capability, for whether if it's stolen or, I don't know, maybe one day they need to cut it off.
Pockets across the country, and there have been alarming reports from the San Francisco Fire Department that they can't get 911 calls. So this is really impacting some emergency services. We don't know what the reason is for the outage. The San Francisco Fire Department is saying in some cases you should try to use a landline, and we reach out to all of the companies for comment. We have not heard back since.
I mean, what's interesting is that it's more than one carrier. So, I mean, there's a range of possibilities, I suppose, and we just don't know yet what happened here.
Right. Like, is it something that could be hacking related? Is it something that could be weather related, satellite related? We don't know at the moment. We're trying to get more information, but we have not heard back yet.
But it's affecting big cities right now. That's where you.
Yeah, Zren said the last solar flare, 4 small planes, and 2 helicopters crashed in 1 week. Now, for people that don't know about this like solar flare thing, I don't really know much either. But I've heard that it can affect, I'm going to look it up right now. Solar flare, how it affects electronics. It can literally have a type of EMP effect. Meaning electric magnetic pulse or something? Or what does that mean? What does EMP mean? It kind of wipes the electronics out. EMP meaning electromagnetic pulse. So, solar storms cause damage to communication systems. During geomagnetic storms, some radio frequencies are absorbed and others are reflected, leading to rapidly fluctuating signals and unexpected propagation paths, reproducing or multiplying in unplanned directions. That's from NASA. It looks like .gov or something. There's been talks too that one day we're gonna get one that's so big that could just wipe out all the electronics. We'll be left with no electricity.
You're getting the most reports from
major
cities.
Even anecdotally, I mean, even this morning we've heard of some of our own colleagues having issues reaching some of us by cell phone. But again, this is happening. It's still happening. We're trying to see how.
Interesting also that it's nationwide. There's not one region affected.
Right.
Yeah.
And nothing from the carriers. You said they haven't made any comment as to what's going on?
They have not, no. But again, we've been hearing of issues in South Carolina, in New York City as well. So again, it seemed like AT&T was able to make the number go down, but then it spiked back up again. So again, it's just, we're not out of the woods yet.
All right. Stay on it, Brian. Thank you.
Weird. I remember I saw a hoax say earlier too, the last time, I forgot what service he said he had, but the last time his service was out like that was 9/11. I remember 9/11 too, my phone had stopped working, whatever. Did I have a cell phone? I don't even think I had a cell phone. My internet stopped working. I didn't get a cell phone until I was 17. Till I was here in Florida. You know, kids now, they get it at 5, 6, whatever. And I didn't have one until back old school. 17 is when I got my first little Nokia. It was thick as hell. Wasn't even colored screen. It was like this black, whitish, yellowish background with that snake game on there. But anyway, 9/11, I was in computer class and like the internet had kind of stopped working and fluctuating and stuff like that. I remember that. And then I saw somebody else in the chat say, let me see here if I see it. I think I lost it. Somebody was saying that their phone was in SOS mode, and that's what people are complaining about too. Oh, there you go. Nicole Hernandez, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 5. It says SOS mode in iPhones are related to an internal SIM card. Not removable. Need to call carrier. I called for my iPhone, then trashed the external SIM. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have an eSIM. I don't even know about this thing. I guess eSIM is a new technology, maybe. I don't know how long it's been around, but you don't even have to have a physical SIM in your card. It's just electronically activated. So, yeah. In a little while, too, we can watch the chase. We're just kind of chilling right now, warming up. But in a little while, we'll check out the chase from last night. It's about an hour long. It's an hour-long chase of a semi-truck being stolen. So in a while, we'll check that out. Let me see what else people are saying online about this down detector. Tim Pool says, it doesn't look like, it's funny though, we're streaming this shit, right? And we're fine, but it doesn't seem to be just a cell phone outage. And when look at down detector, it's like everything got hit. Me sitting in the car texting as usual out in the backwoods of Alabama. Looks like a trial run for a future attack. Back up your photos and videos on a hard drive, people. That's actually probably not a bad idea. And then back up your hard drives too in case those goes bad. I've had hard drives go bad. It's been a long time. If I only had one well, that's not true. But the last one I remember, it was years ago, went bad. Backup for the backup. Time to power up Starlink. There was a wasn't there a movie released back in December called Leave the World Behind about weaponized cyber attacks and global communications? I mean, those kind of movies have been released forever. I thought that movie Leave the World Behind was whack as hell. I feel like they thought they were doing something innovative and it just wasn't. It's just like everything I've already seen, and the ending was just lame. I wasn't impressed by that movie at all. I was enjoying it until. So check this out. Check this out. Yeah, somebody's scrolling, but they're scrolling kind of fast. So these are the services experiencing Reddit, Google, Apple support, Track Phone, Spectrum, Google Fiber. If you see me disappear, you know why. UPS.com, Are we getting hit by a DDoS attack or what's going on? Fox News. Is this the end of times? Visa. Uh-oh, you better take that cash out. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Down detector. I mean, these aren't really so bad. I mean, this is fun. They are getting some spikes. I wonder if it's just like a trickle down effect because of AT&T or some of these cell phone providers that then all these other services are just kind of people using that AT&T service or whatever it is are experiencing problem. Not Roblox. Oh no. Good morning, guys. If we could hit the like button, please. Maggie says, I have Apple and would like to go back to Android, but I hate using a SIM card. Once mine got corrupted and I lost everything. So Android, they don't have the newer devices don't have the eSIM. Maybe that's just an iPhone thing. All right. Let's see what else. What else do we got? Cell phone towers down. Daily Mail. Let's check out what Daily Mail has to say. It's interesting too that they're saying mobile providers are refusing to speak on it right now at the moment. They don't want to say what's going on, I guess. Cell outage across the U.S. AT&T is working urgently to restore service as more than 70,000 customers are hit by nationwide communications blackout, but mobile providers are refusing to reveal cause. Started around 4 a.m. Eastern, the outage spiked. The largest number of issues were reported by AT&T users, which peaked at 51,000 customers just after 7 a.m. before jumping over 70,000 in 1 hour later. With those 70,000 reports, I think the numbers are way higher. That's just people reporting. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of people that don't know about that website or whatever that haven't reported it, unless they're getting it from AT&T. Those numbers, but that number 70,000 looks like from Down Detector. Yeah, according to Down Detector, over 70,000 customers are now reporting outages. In a statement, the company said some of our customers are experiencing wireless service interruptions this morning. We are working urgently to restore service to them. We encourage the use of Wi-Fi calling until service is restored. But some people have said that their Wi-Fi calling is not even that's not working. Text your mama, guys. Mama's love. Nicole Hernandez, thank you for the 5. Says, yes, the eSIM. I called twice. First rep didn't know. Once they activated eSIM, said to toss the external SIM. They said a lot of issues with newer iPhones. Oh, okay. That's the problem with the customer service. A lot of them don't know what the hell they're doing. These customer service people. Some of them. They're just reading a prompt. They're doing what you could do is Google, whatever, Googling it. What the heck? The mayor being investigated. Tiffany Henyard abusing her position of power. She's gone viral for comparing herself to Jesus, shutting down businesses who don't donate to her, using money for music videos, hiring child R's as code enforcement officers, proposing a law to cut the salary of any mayor besides herself to $25K. I gotta check that out. That mayor, Tiffany Henyard. Buster Mama. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Amazing. We got the workout challenge. I hope everything runs smooth, man. Oh, that's another thing. I want to make a mailing list. I'm going to do that at some point for everybody to join on the mailing list if something ever happens or I need to put a notice out. I want to work on that this week, probably. Have a mailing list. There's MailChimp. I think they all charge something, but you got a little mailing. I should have been building up a mailing list for quite a while. Monthly. Oh, they limit you how many you can send per month. Oh. This one's 6,000 emails. I'm not sending no 6,000 emails. That's fine. AT&T still down. Country Girl, thank you for the membership. Thank you. We'll figure it out. I'll find out. If anybody knows a good mail list provider, let me know. Or email it to me or something. I'll have to compare later, see what's a good one. Oh yeah, by the way, I've set up the link tree. It's in the chat there. It's in my profiles too. Let me see. I think it's under my description area. It's not there. I have to add that. Set up the link tree with all my links and stuff. So Houston, Dallas, Atlanta. Little spots in Florida, not much. Texas. The issue has left AT&T iPhone users. iPhone users taking an L again. There's been a lot of L's with this iPhone thing. I've been an Android person for many years, and then I think like 2 years ago I switched, and I love the iPhone for a lot of various reasons. But now, recently, we find out that iPhone users on the app, when you go use the YouTube app and you purchase a membership, iPhone charges extra. Y'all paying extra just for iPhone. They keeping that shit. So that was an L. Now there's another L, meaning that users can only make emergency calls, and apparently they said those not even working. Wow. Cricket, which is also part of AT&T, reported having 11,000 users down, while 2,800 Verizon customers are experiencing outages, with a further 1,000 T-Mobile users who reported also being affected. Service disruptions have been reported in New York, Boston, Washington, Montreal, Honolulu, Atlanta, Houston, Dallas, Los Angeles, Seattle, and San Francisco. Those are all the places I don't want to be when the end of the world comes. I need to be further away from where I'm at now, but to start. Across the U.S., AT&T has 100 million American consumers on their service and boasts on their site having the most reliable 5G network. Ooh. I wonder if they're going to take a hit from this. We're the most reliable. Ooh, that's got to be Ooh, is today's day one? Baldwin movie shooting trial? Ooh, we can maybe watch the opening statements. News Nation. I want to be on a farm somewhere, but with high-speed internet, though. I want to be on a farm with a gun, some security cameras, fast fiber internet, and far away. Well, not too far away because I don't want to drive so far for groceries. Unless there's like a little local whatever. I want to be away from the everybody. All right, News Nation. Boom, 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 boom. AT&T. Are you talking about this? Okay, we gotta. You talking about the News Nation article, or is there a video they put out? I see an article kind of saying the same thing, basically with what we just read. It's a really small article, unless there's another one. You go check out their YouTube page. Britney Spears losing it. News Nation. Also, let me check on my reporter friend. Let me see if he said anything else about this verdict watch. I should have notifications on for that guy, or have somebody have notifications on for that guy. So I was told, Wilson told me that the chase was very, very late. Somebody told me, Wilson didn't say what time. Oh, I meant to text her. Man, you can wake me up at any time. If it's a semi truck, we don't get those too often. If it's a semi truck, you can wake me up at any time. Wake me up. All right, the reporter guy. Let's see, Tim. No updates. The last thing he said, it was 8:45. Let me check here too. Okay, so Addie has it at 3 hours and 18 minutes. So I think we're pretty close. I don't know when was the last time she updated this pin comment, but we're on the marker. So we'll wait for her to update it again. I don't know if they started at 9 or 8:45. Reporter said 8:45. So we're within 15 minutes difference. So far, we got to do a new poll too, by the way. Let's do a new poll, and we'll check a few more outage report. Oh, here's the News Nation clip. I'll play the News Nation clip while I set up the poll. So, and at the poll, we're going to run it for, let me see now, since we all, well, there was some people thought 4 hours or more. How long for verdict? So 4 hours, which is almost already done, honestly. I don't even know if we should bother with 4 hours, but we'll do it. 4 hours. 5 hours. I can't even believe we've gone this long. 6 hours. And then we'll do 7 hours or more.
Happening right now, let's get back to this, everybody. Some of the largest phone companies are dealing with service outages as we speak. Problems have been reported with AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Cricket, Boost Mobile. All of this according to the tracking website Down Detector. A lot of us dealing with this in our own newsroom. Nick Smith is joining me with more. Nick, I know you have some tips and tricks. Tell us how to log in to our phone to get messages out.
Marky, the problems have been reported system-wide, right? But I want to let people know that it's actually fairly simple to do. In some areas, the outages is also impacting 911 centers. So what I want you to do is that 60,000 AT&T users have reported outages this morning. In a statement released just today to News Nation, AT&T says, in part, we are working urgently to restore service to them. We encourage the use of Wi-Fi calling until service is restored. If you're wondering how to turn on Wi-Fi calling, I want you to go to your phone's settings, find cellular, then scroll down to the option for Wi-Fi calling and toggle it on. We will stay on top of this story as it develops.
So I don't know if there's, I feel like most people here have service though in the chat. I mean, I probably should have did a poll for that, but he's saying, but Maybe media stayed late. 6 helicopters were there. I haven't even watched it yet. Started at 1:18 a.m. my time, so 2:18 your time. Damn, I almost wonder like we should watch the chase on the second channel. I hate for it to get lost here. But at the same time, we have so much time today. Let me see settings. I already have Wi-Fi calling on. I don't even know if it works or not. Maybe Wi-Fi. Let's see settings, cellular. Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi calling's on. The other thing about Wi-Fi calling is you have to make. It's really important to make sure your emergency address is up to date. That it has your actual address in there. So in case something happens, when you're calling on Wi-Fi, they're not gonna know where your address is calling over Wi-Fi. Warning about 911 calls over Wi-Fi. When calling 911, always tell the operator where you are. Your 911 call will go over Wi-Fi only if the cellular network is unavailable. 911 calls made over Wi-Fi may be delayed or unsuccessful. For example, if the 911 system doesn't recognize the address, electrical power is out, or your Wi-Fi connection isn't working. So it was important to have that enabled. So sometimes the Wi-Fi calling won't even work if you don't have that address in there. And sometimes too, you have to go log into your network provider and go on the website and make sure the 911 calling is there too. The 911 address is there too, or sometimes it won't work. I think I had T-Mobile. Sometimes it didn't want to work if you didn't have it set up. So, you know what we could do? We could do a double task. We can leave this here running, and we can jump on the second channel and watch the chase. Because if we react to the chase right here, nobody's gonna watch this chase thing. It's lost in the verdict watch. Let me make a thumbnail. We'll watch. I'll leave the stream running here, but we can I can set something up so we can watch it on the second channel. I keep forgetting to set up the better mic on the second channel. That's one project I gotta do. I need to start taking notes again. Denise said I keep getting text messages to click on random links. I wouldn't click on anything. One of the common scam things I get is like a UPS text. It's like, oh, your package is behind, or like we need you to verify something. Click the link or some crap. And it tries to take you somewhere. It's like a fake, whatever. I get a lot of scam emails too all the time. The common one is like, oh, your antivirus subscription just got renewed for $300 or $400 or $500 something dollars. If you want a refund, call us here or some shit. Like a scam. I get that all the time. Or on Facebook, I get a lot of fake Facebook pages talking about, oh, your Facebook account is about to be deleted. Review or click here and then enter your password type of thing. There's a lot of scam stuff that I get all the time. A lot of fake sponsors too. Oh, gangster. Rosemary says I have a battery in my Wi-Fi so I can use the landline. I have my router hooked up to, my modem hooked up to a battery in case the power goes out for a little usage. The computer too, but it's not a prolonged period of time. Eventually, I want to get like a generator. I want to get like, if I get like my own house or something, I want to get a gas powered, something powerful that if the power goes out, I can still stream and everything in the dark and shit with the internet working and the computer working. Forget the AC. Maybe we'll plug in the fridge. I don't know. I just want the computer running. That'd be dope. All right, let me make a thumbnail. Yeah, I'm gonna give me a second. I haven't activated the stream yet for the chase. Make a thumbnail. Make a thumbnail. The thing is, too, I don't know if they're gonna claim the video. Fox usually does it. Fox is usually pretty good about that. But sometimes they'll claim the video. I don't want this stream to get claimed, so I'd rather separate it too in case. Sharon, thank you for upgrading. Appreciate that. Tier 1 is going away February 29th, so I'm just giving people time. So, make this thumbnail. I wonder if there's any news live about this outage while I make this thumbnail and set up the stream. There's some live networks.
Well, do you know of an organization working to improve mental health? If so, we want to hear from you. Mental Health Action Day is dedicated to driving our mental health culture from awareness to action. This year, CBS is teaming up with MTV to provide grants, empowering nonprofit to host events and engage communities in taking action for mental health. The deadline for...
You got a generator? It runs both propane and gas. Ooh. I made a video, Virginia, explaining all that. I'll send you a link in a second. You can watch it. Give me a second, though. I've been actually saying it over the last couple of days, but I know not everybody's going to get the message, so I pre-recorded a video. Semi-truck. Stolen semi-truck. Wow. Stolen. We have an hour's worth of entertainment while we wait.
Doing it my way, as the song goes. Just clean food. Like I said, breakfast is your standard omelets, crepes, skillets, things like that. Lunch, dinner, we have our standards, but then these are the Mediterranean / Greek flair that we're passionate about.
Before we get to the actual specific dishes, the motto here is eat green, live well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where does that come from? I understand it's
clean
a story.
Food. It's clean food, organic.
Where does that come from? Common sense? All right, let's see. Stolen semi-truck. Let's do that. All right, I'm going to schedule the stream. I wish I could redirect, but I want to leave the stream running. I don't want to end this stream. So we're going to leave this stream running, but I am going to, on the second channel, create another stream. Boom, boom, boom. And we're at 15K, which makes me happy on the second page. The next goal is 20, 25, then 30. Eventually 50, and eventually 100. Stolen. Free. Okay. Boom. Beautiful. Now, the only problem is if they come back with a verdict, we're going to have to, I don't know what we're going to do. Nine minutes ago, Adam Montgomery has refused transport from state prison. He is not at the courthouse today. Amazing. Chris C, thank you so much for the membership. Yay! Let me set this up here. And here, where's the link? Here it is. The link for the chase. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm going to pin the link to. I pin it. Perfect. And so 1,000 people have voted so far. 32% say 4 hours. 35% say 5 hours. 21% say 6 hours. 12% say 7 or more. I'm going to go with the 5 hour. Well, it's already 4, right? Almost 4. I'm going to say 5 hours. Ethan's Adventure, thank you for the gift. Appreciate that. Thank you for gifting the membership. All right, give me 1 second. Let me just load up on this side. Get him a drink. All right, so I posted the wrong link. Oh no! Oh, I posted the link for the chase. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Thank you for telling me. Oh Lord, you got to keep an eye on me. It can Mel CC. I haven't started yet. I'm sorry. I'm already directing everybody to the wrong place. It actually might not be bad to just redirect everybody, but let's leave it. Let's leave it. The only problem with not redirecting it causes everybody to have to manually click a link, but we're watching the chase here. It can Mel CC. This should be the right link. Okay. Okay, that link's working. Perfect. Now let me just make a little text message up here. Product launch. Come on. Come on. Okay. Okay. The peeps will get peeps will get notified of verdict in if you leave the stream running. I mean, I'm paying attention. I have somebody somebody following the reporter. So once the reporter gets in that the verdict sim will come back to this, but I'm going to leave the stream running. So regardless, I'm going to have both computers up. This screen is still going to be up. And so if they come back and I see movement, we'll just jump back over here and I'll redirect everybody back. So yeah, I'm leaving the stream up. I think you're right. I think it's better just leave the stream up. And so like if they come back, we'll actually physically see it on the screen and I'll just be over on the laptop. All right. And I'm surprised that they still haven't come up with a verdict. Am I surprised? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised. All right. All right, here we go. Ready? The semi truck chase I saw, Fox said it was. Yeah, I haven't watched. A lot of us haven't watched the chase. We were all sleeping, Diane. All right, I'm on the other page. Tell me that you love me. I was up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and I saw it. I'm jealous. But at least I slept good. Don't you tell me no. Tell me that you love me. Don't you leave me today. Don't leave me tomorrow. Don't leave me today. Oh, I didn't use the thumbnail? Wait, is the thumbnail on there? Yeah, the thumbnail should be there. Did I launch the right one? Maybe tomorrow. Damn, did I launch the wrong? Oh yeah, I launched the right one. Okay, okay. Okay, it should be right.
There was a
Okay,
time when I
perfect.
barely knew how to turn on a computer.
Perfect. Mandy, thank you so much. Let's see. What are we going? Uh-oh. Oh no, Mandy, it's your fault. I think it did get. I think you got it. Maybe. Good morning, guys. Good morning. We're watching the chase on the second page right now. But you can hang out here too, waiting for the verdict. We'll be back. Still nothing so far. I've been checking. we're back. We're back. We finished watching the chase. Let me drop the link for the people on the other channel in case they didn't get teleported. Let me do that real quick. I don't even know if it's still... Actually, I think it's over, but let me see if it'll... Okay, yeah, I got the chat still. Just drop the link for them in case. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad. That helped an hour go by. And let me check on the Twitter reporter, Tim Calorie. Oh, we can take a look at this for a little bit. So Adam is still refusing transportation from the state prison. And apparently, I think this reporter cleared it up yesterday that I think he only has to be there for sentencing if the judge wants that. Which I really hope this judge makes him. She's a little laid back, but I really hope she makes him. I think he should have to be there at least for that. And the audio sounds pretty bad on the other device, on the MacBook, that microphone. So maybe if I have time, maybe tonight I'll switch out. I already have an extra microphone that I don't use. I could change out microphones and hook that up to that. I think it should be okay to do that. I'll have to test it out later. So it's a little bit better on the other side. Okay, so let me download. Well, I don't need to download this. He said, here's some of the evidence that was being presented in the Adam Montgomery trial. Jurors can ask to see any of it during deliberation. So he provided like a list here. Photograph of the Guilford Street outside, Guilford Street bedroom. Photograph, tow slip. Document 2010 Chrysler Sebring towing report. Document towing and title documents. Photographs of the Sebring. Photograph of the toothbrush. Facebook messages. Photograph of different maps. Maps. Audi's Bordero's vehicle. The Sebring was their vehicle, I guess. Let's see. Main Street overview. Igloo cooler. Transition shelter. Pictures of that. Pictures of families in transition. The vent. The ceiling. Photograph of the MER. Fit room. MER. I don't know what MER is. Medical examiner report, probably. Medical examiner report. I would think. The CMC bag. Front and top. Photograph lease agreement. Image of child under seal. Lord, I can't even imagine. Image of child redacted. Bunch of redacted stuff. Photograph of pipes, Metabank transactions, photograph of the lime, the saw, the Econolodge list, the Walmart surveillance. Just a photograph, though. The pink Trolls electric toothbrush object. Oh, so they actually let them see the actual toothbrush, I guess. Black Wickle cell phone, lab cutting, stained drywall. Two of them. Document. This is Union Street, February 27, 2020 contractors. Invoices. Metal cutting. The red igloo cooler. Large piece of sheetrock. Multiple pieces of sheetrock, actually. Piece of drywall. Center rail. Okay, MER rails. Walmart. CD call. Document eviction paperwork. Okay. Documentation of the FIT records, U-Haul records, Citizens Bank certification. Oh, it's a long-ass list. Document certification of Econologs, photographs of Harmony and Kayla. Document certification of Mass Dot records, Photograph picture of Adam Montgomery. Document title proffer for Kayla Montgomery. We could look at her proffer agreement too. That's something that BL had sent me. The Chrysler Sebring. Photographs of that. Photographs of the poster board. Document Meta Facebook messages. And then just more photographs. And that's it. What I haven't seen is like video. I don't have seen like any video of anything there. Opening statements expected Thursday. Atlanta alleged cult leader. What?
Okay.
I guess it didn't happen. What cult leader? Nature Boy. Is that the one where like there's like several women missing? Is that the one they're talking about? Or is that a different guy? Nature Boy. Nature. No, I don't know who this is. Nature Boy's weird, disturbing cult. Is it guys? Alleged cult leader, Nature Boy in court. Oh, this was yesterday. Oh, it's jury selection.
And tonight with a story you'll only see on 11 Alive. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. The wife of a reported cult leader wants to tell her side of the story. Eligio Bishop, also known as Nature Boy, remains behind bars tonight, facing charges that include rape. 11 Alive's Paula Suro just finished speaking with his wife, and she joins us live at the DeKalb County Jail where Bishop is tonight. Paula?
Yeah, Jennifer, you know, after 3 years of knowing each other, Velvet Marquez tells me Eligio Bishop forced her to marry him. Why? She says that he'd tell her that she'd then be forced to bail him out of jail if anything were to happen to him. And of course, today, something quite opposite is happening. She's telling us her side of the story.
I feel that now looking back, I feel that I fell in love with an idea because he pretended to be someone that he wasn't.
Behind this smiling face, Velvet Marquez faced her hardest years next to Eligio Bishop.
He literally held me hostage. He took all of my identification, my passport, my birth certificate, my social, my bank cards, everything, you name it, medical documentations.
She says Bishop, the leader of the so-called cult Carbon Nation, went from spoiling her to abusing her when she got pregnant.
I was forced to engage in sexual activity that I did not want to do. I was still strangled on multiple occasions. So I had to willingly engage in these sexual activities because of to keep myself safe. He would abuse me in front of the women.
She had their daughter in 2019, and a year and a half later, she says he forced her to legally marry him in a Las Vegas chapel.
There was no medical attention given to us, so when I actually went into labor, I had to be rushed to the hospital 2 hours away.
For years, the cult would drive and settle across Central America. Velvet says Bishop lived off of other members' PPP loans and life savings. She gave him her $3,000 college fund, while others gave tens of thousands of dollars. And after 4 tries, she successfully ran away with their daughter with no money but hope.
My child is important. I don't understand how anybody could leave their child to be with him or to go live with him.
Now, Velvet tells me she has since received death threats from Eligio and that he even showed up to her family's home in Louisiana just months after she ran away. Jennifer?
Paula, do we know, did she ever try reaching out to law enforcement?
Yeah, what they gonna do?
She tells me she did, but it was very hard to track him down because he moves so often running away from law enforcement. But of course, now he is behind bars. Now, we also did speak to a former cult member, and we have her side of the story as well on 11alive.com. Jennifer?
All right, Paula, very involved story here. Thank you so much. Now, we have been following this story closely since Eligio Bishop's arrest. We have much more on the group that he's leading on our...
So today is supposed to be opening statements, I guess, but there's a stream that lasted an hour and nothing happened. I wonder if they had issues. That would have been interesting to see the opening.
Nielle, Holland is in the country.
Okay. I understand you want to record the proceedings via an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you work for a media outlet?
No, I'm an independent citizen journalist.
Okay. Is there a reason why you can't get the footage from Fox 5?
Yes, ma'am. They've indicated that I could get it via Chromebook or computer.
Okay.
But I don't have that access.
Okay. Well, the reason we do this do the pooled footage so that we don't have multiple cameras going on in the courtroom, and holding up an iPhone, I think can be distracting. There are rules that have to be followed, such as jurors not film. I can control it somewhat with Fox 5. They know the rules, they know what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. So that's why they are designated as the official Rule 22 videographer.
I mean, she could use their video. Yeah, it's they do that all the time now. The court, the pool video, because they don't want a bunch of media standing around in there. So everybody, whatever media it is, everybody uses their feed for streaming or whatever you're doing.
So if you can get it, you just have to figure out a way to make it work. Get whatever you need to get in order to get that. You'll have access to the coverage. So you're not being denied access, but I want one camera. Yes. And there's one video camera and one regular camera. But we don't want that to, additional cameras can be a big distraction. Understood. So for that reason, I'm denying this Rule 22, but suggest.
Okay. Anyway, so they haven't started yet. It might be interesting just to watch the opening statements, but I'm afraid sometimes too, because like sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, let's just watch the opening statements, and then 3 weeks later, right? It looks kind of interesting. I mean, we could kind of poke in and out. Alec Baldwin. So I heard today is still jury selection. I heard it like it actually hasn't started yet, but let's check it out. Let's see. Alec Baldwin. And then actually let me get the chat up. I like to have the chat on the big screen. Let me put you guys back up on the big screen next to me to keep it separate, because I have all these other tabs open on the other thing. All right. Oh yeah, so Alec Baldwin, let me close all this junk out. Make some space. And I want to kind of check back with is Emily covering it? Or she talked about it yesterday. Let's see. Watch live. Trial begins. There's only 42 people watching. That actually could be interesting, maybe. Actually, that probably could be. Well, so what are they? He was already found guilty, wasn't he? Oh, but it's the trial for Alec Baldwin's armor. Oh, so now they're coming for the armor. Ooh. Well, to the no. I mean, if they got Alec, they're probably gonna get the armor, right? Put us on the big screen next to you. There's nothing happening currently right now, though, but this is the feed that they have going on. We'll probably tune in, I guess, right now. I mean, while we're waiting and stuff. But, I mean, if they found Alec guilty, I'm pretty sure they're going to find the armor guilty. What do you guys think? I think he was probably the most culpable. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, the screen blacked out. I think I heard today is just like jury selection or something. They haven't actually started. Chad Daybell has a hearing. Let's see. Chad Daybell. Oh yeah, Long Crime has a feed up too. So yeah, they haven't done anything so far today on Alec Baldwin. All right, Chad Daybell. Let's see. Chad Daybell. It might not be now though, right? They have a time difference. Chad Daybell pretrial conference, 10:30 a.m.
Trial management.
I don't know who this is, but Eastern. I guess it already happened. All right, so we'll keep out an eye out for both things, Chad Daybell and Alec Baldwin. Let me see if there's any updates with Audrey. I never got to cover the arrest warrant, but let me see if there's any updates on that. I know they had a vigil. Don Stephen McDougal crimes first child victim. Her says system failed her and Audrey. I need to start marking down again. Funeral services set for Audrey. I already have the Tupac trial marked for June 30th. 3rd. But, and Chad Dorman, I feel like the Chad Dorman, we can spend a day, not today though, I don't want to overlap this, but a day that we have free, one of the mornings, I'll schedule it the day before. We can sit and watch Chad Dorman's thing, the hearing that he had, if it's any interesting. I should probably skim it, make sure it's actually good. Here's the 22nd. Okay. Suspect mother hearing. I write notes and I don't even know what it means. For yesterday? Oh, no, the 20th. On Tuesday. Suspect mother hearing. Oh, that was original for that was for the Ramones or whatever, the Presadio. I think the mother already had that hearing though. I think they moved their date up or something. Yeah, Tupac's in June. I emailed you. Check out Elijah Vu, missing 3-year-old. Okay. Oh. Okay, I have a doctor appointment too. Okay. Let me just write this down. Doctor appointment coming up. I lost it already. Here. Okay. There's a cat. Thank you so much for the 10 memberships. Appreciate that. Thank you. March is going to be busy. Sherry Smith says Chad Dorman is playing dumb. He's not. He's playing the system. Hope the judge could see that yesterday. I bet you he is. I don't know why they would try to take a confession away that he confessed to already. Oh, that's a good idea, Lilac. That is a good idea, Lilac. That could be maybe the next thing. I might schedule that with the second channel. They could do that. Just separate it. Reza, thank you so much. And Lena Kill Herber, the last thing I updated on the second page, and you know what? I haven't heard anything since. The father spoke at the search site and he said that nothing was found. So they were saying they were upset like with that person in the jail that gave that tip. They think it was BS, or they think that that person in the jail knows something he should be looked into. So that search site that we were talking about, nothing was found. Nancy Grace's video is really good. Okay. So maybe, okay, let me pull it up. Nancy Grace podcast. I heard it was kind of emotional too. There's something. Oh, there's two of them that there's two that we could listen to. So there's 2 episodes on it, guys. There's one from the 20th. That's the one I actually meant to cover, but I just didn't get around to it. And then there's one that was posted 44 minutes. Wait, was that? No, not 44 minutes ago. There was one that was posted yesterday. There's 2 of them. The second video, okay. I can't play the video though. I'll have to play the audio. I don't want to get claimed. Nancy Grace. I know she does have a YouTube page though. She does the video version.
In the last
You think we should just skip to the second one? The second one is really good. Okay, so we'll do the second one. The second one. Maybe just make a little, I guess, a thumbnail. Dina, me too. I'm so glad I made the second channel. Oh, man. She even has one of the guys that was attacked on her show. Really? All right, that sounds good. Yeah, I want to check that out. That sounds very interesting. Okay. Let me just get some images. Let me check. I'm making the thumbnail right now, so we're gonna do the Audrey update. He's live. Not yet though. Oh, he did opening statements.
Argument. Dixon, he went.
All right, so you know what? While I set up the,
I remember
what channel is this? Atlanta's First. While I fix a thumbnail up and I make the title, let's listen to the opening statements for the quote unquote cult leader. We'll play this while I fix up the upcoming stream. I can't even believe these people are taking this long for the verdict thing. Wow, bro. Wow, how long are we in now? We're going on. It's really 5-6 hours? Really? We're about to, wait, 5 hours and 20 minutes. We're getting closing on to the 6-hour marker. Maybe Kayla, maybe the defense did something. I can't believe that there's that much to go back and forth about in that deliberation room. Maybe they just want lunch. You want to wait till after lunch to
sometimes periodically where that may happen during the trial, so I just ask that you be patient with us during that time. All right, we are now ready to begin the trial of this case. A couple preliminary matters. You've been given those purple tags. You're to wear those throughout the duration of the trial so that they will
There's the guy right
to
there.
you now. Count one. Grand jurors, of course, said in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Alicia Bishop with the offense of rape in violation of OCGA 16-6-1A for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 24th day of March 2022 did unlawfully have carnal knowledge of Janae Newell, a female, forcibly and against her will, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count two, false imprisonment. The grand jurors aforesaid in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia charge and accuse Alicia Bishop with the offense of false imprisonment.
I don't even know if we should start this because I'm actually almost ready to I'm almost done with the thumbnail. There's somebody that's been attending the trial too, Crime Curious, and I think we might have her call in at 12:30. Yes, we're going to a mini stream. Different story. It'll be about 40 minutes. Well, 50 minutes. Let's do that. 50 minutes. Then we'll be back. An hour from now sounds good. All right. So she's been attending the trial and sitting there every day and going through the motions. So, and she's been kind of covering the story for a long time. All right. I already have the thumbnail, very basic thumbnail. That's fine. Nancy Grace. Make that a second. I think it's just better to separate. Court TV timer is at 5 hours and 8 minutes.
Bomb.
They have a live timer. Let's see. Court TV. So where did you get the Court TV timer? Oh, are they coming back? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. My bad. Oh, I'm about to say. I was looking at the Baldwin thing. That Baldwin thing looks kind of interesting. It's about to start too, though. Adam Montgomery. Oh, here we go. They have a feed.
There's one.
No, they don't. Schedule, create new. Nancy Grace. Let's see. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Schedule on the stream. Okay, so let me remove this comment too. Unpin. All right, so the new stream is going to be, well, yeah, we're going to be listening to this over here. Why aren't you covering the Russ manslaughter trial just starting now? It's going to be so good. Opening in 5 minutes. Please, the whole world is interested. I mean, I'm not covering right now because we're doing this right now, but we could jump on it after. Nancy Grace. Cunningham. Okay. MLCC. All right. Yeah, that rusting, I mean, I'm hoping that this thing is done today. I'm hoping that this verdict, I mean, if this thing passes today, I'm gonna like be like, wow. I'm gonna really kind of question this jury. Like, wow, dude, what in the heezy? Rust. Law and Crimes is covering it, and so is Court TV and some other channels. The biggest person covering it is Emily. She has a big audience watching it right now. We'll see. I don't know. We could after Nancy Grace later on, if we're somehow still here hours later, we could watch the opening statements for Rust and see if it's interesting or not. All right, Mr. Crip. It was good. It was good. I disagree. There's no hard evidence in this case at all. It's built around Kayla's testimony. She's a liar. It is a he said, she said case, and the jury has to decide who's lying. That's what I'm thinking. What I was saying is that, like, I wonder, maybe because I know a lot of stuff that hasn't been shown to the jury. Maybe we all know a lot of stuff that has been shown to the jury. So if you walked into this not knowing all the stuff besides what was presented to you during the trial, would you still be saying guilty? I just feel like there's no question, but I don't understand it either. Kimber, that shit drives me nuts too. I used to go crazy. I'm telling you, with the Letitia Stout thing, I went nuts. I was cursing all kind of, what's taking so long? What the hell? I was going crazy. All right, so let me put a little banner here on top too. Watching Nancy Grace on YouTube CC. So, all right, we're going to watch this on the second page. The link is pinned in the chat. This will be about 40 minutes long, and then we'll come back here at 12:30 Eastern. We're going to have Crime Curious call in and just give us some thoughts about, oh, Wilson. That would be so cool. That would be amazing. All right. So yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna watch this right now. It's gonna be about 40 minutes long. We'll jump back on here around 12:30 Eastern. Somebody that's been attending this trial, Crime Curious, she's gonna jump on. I think just over like a phone call, and she's gonna just give her thoughts and all that stuff. And then after that, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Your partner works for Verizon. Let me launch this. Nancy. Nancy. I can't stand Nancy. Oh, I hate her. Oh, I can't. You still playing Nancy? Merhart says, too much emotion, not enough facts. The state didn't do a good job protecting, finding, or investigating, but they wants to rely on emotion, but the jury isn't supposed to do that. They did say that you're not supposed to base it off of emotion. Why are they live streaming if they're deliberating? This is what they normally do. This is what happens during trials. Normally the stream will just be up, and people do this thing called verdict watch, where we'll hang out, we guess how long it's going to be, and watch videos. Some people do games and stuff like that. And so we're just kind of here waiting. I used to not do verdict watch because I'm just sitting here. Mandy, I don't know when you sent those gifts, but thank you for gifting the memberships. It says you gifted 20. Let me see. I don't know when that was, but thank you so much. I haven't seen you in the chat. I'm going to send you a text. Country Girl, thank you for the membership. Sassy Mama, thank you for the membership. Nancy Cruz, thank you for the 23 months. I would think this would be over by now. I know. Nancy, by the way, the tier 1 is going away February 29th. Just a heads up. I question how Adam Montgomery could hit Harmony in the front seat. How long is his arms? Obviously, this thing is not as open and shut as we thought, I guess. Oh, wait, am I streaming already? Oh, shit, I'm streaming. Okay, I'm going to see you guys on the Ikimel CC. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So there's a little bit of an update. So I'll let you guys know that are watching here. There's a verdict watch update. It says we're told the jury has a question. We're waiting to get back into the courtroom to see what the question entails. So that's what's happening now. No verdict yet, but there's a question. Oh, I didn't move this. Mama for Rose, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5. Melon Musk, thank you for being here and your patience. Amazing chat. Thank you. So I'll let you guys know. We're waiting on the update now for the question that they have. Natasha on the other chat, she said the question is probably what's for lunch. By the way, I don't have it muted, okay? The courtroom audio is on. They have the audio in the courtroom muted, so you're not missing out on anything. I am listening to see what they're going to say, but yeah, I don't know.
Please be seated. Unless you want to approach.
They muted. I was hoping they'd let us listen, but I'm sure the reporter in the courtroom will let us know. I'm also gonna have somebody call in at 12:30. Okay, so I guess we're waiting on the question. Let's see what they got. You guys still, you just came back, AT&T outage?
cancel.
Looks like they muted again the microphone, so I don't know. Just waiting on a jury question. I forgot. We should look at it again after I do the Nancy thing, or maybe I can ask the person that's going to call in at 12:30, which hopefully, I don't know, now it's going to get pushed back a little bit. We can ask her what the jury charges are that they're deliberating over. I thought I had it in my head, but this is going on longer than I thought it was going to go on. I figured a few hours. I was thinking 2, maybe 3. Nowhere did I expect it to be going into the 6th hour. And somebody said my timer could be 15 minutes off. It could be. I might be able to adjust it if it is. Well, it's not that. Well, yeah, I felt 15 minutes. I think jury has been deliberating for 5 hours and 40 minutes. I got 5 hours and 56. Might be able to adjust it. Let me see if I can just remove 15 minutes. Bum, 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 bum. Add time. I don't want to mess with it though. I can add time. I don't know about removing time. I don't want to mess with it too much. We'll just keep in mind it's 15 minutes ahead of time. I'm afraid I might like screw the whole thing up. That's it? Montgomery is facing several charges, including second-degree murder and falsifying evidence. I thought there was something else. They not know, or is that it? I thought there was like something else on top of that. Well, he pled guilty to 2 of them, right? So maybe we're not too far from a verdict, though. Yeah, I'll leave it. We just know that it's 15 minutes ahead of time, so we'll subtract it. Lunchtime, probably, yeah. Elaine over there and her team are happy. This is a good thing, yeah. We've got a chance, yeah. Elaine smiling too. Ooh, whoa, that's the biggest. All right, she got a little walking with her head high. Oh, Elaine. All right, so hopefully we'll find out what the question is. I'm waiting on to see if the reporter will post it. The one that's been kind of. Wow, my phone is SOS mode, no text or call. So how you texting me, Michelle? All right. I'll be on the second channel. I'll listen to Nancy. Lord Almighty. Okay, so there's an update, and it says here. Let's see here. The judge has provided the question: how does the court define consciously disregarded? And then the answer is the jury has been given the legal definition of a mental state recklessly. You must use the definition provided. You should use your common sense and judgment and consider the ordinary usage of the terms within the definition. We'll talk more about that when we come back. I have the person that's going to call in that's been sitting out the trial. I'm going to ask her about this too. It says consciously. Okay, I'll give it the definition too. Consciously. It means the knowledge of probable harmful consequences of a wrongful act. Tell me why. All right, so we're done with that episode. Oh, almost knocked over this water. Done with that episode of Nancy Grace. And let me just drop the link for the people in case they didn't get teleported. So I'm going to have somebody calling in now. I think I should set up the line. It might be a little, I don't know if it's going to be hard to hear if I put her on the speakerphone. Either way, she said, I think it's better to, I'm going to have her call in because it'll be easier for you guys to hear. I don't want it to cut in and out. Okay. The chat's catching up. All right, let me dial in. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Stacy says the question is how does the court define continuous disregard? Is that what that is? Continuous? Mm. This is connected to the second degree murder charge as noted on page 12 of jury instructions. This is the charges here. Put it on the screen. The defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. The definition of this crime has 3 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of Harmony Montgomery, and number 2, Harmony Montgomery was under the age of 13, and the defendant acted recklessly under the circumstances, showing extreme indifference to the value of human life. These elements of the crime of second-degree murder, recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life, certain words in the definition need to be defined. Recklessly, a person acts recklessly when he is aware and consciously disregards, that's the question, consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a certain result. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that, considering the circumstances known to him, its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the conduct that a law-abiding person would observe in the situation. There are several components of a reckless mental state that the state must prove. They are: the defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a particular result. The defendant consciously disregarded the risk. In other words, he elected to disregard the risk and take the chance that his conduct would cause a particular result. It is not enough for the state. Don't see the rest of it. Let me see what else he said. I just, and he wrote here, the answer the jury was given the legal definition of mental state recklessly. You must use this definition provided. You should use your common sense and judgment. Okay. If the Adam Montgomery case doesn't give people faith in juries, I don't know what will. Think about it, how easy it would have been to return with a verdict in an hour or 2. I guess that's a good thing. I don't know. Somebody said, no, not in this case. It should have been back in 20 minutes. I'm not sure, like, what, I mean, even the question that they asked, I don't understand what's the whole, like, they're questioning whether he thought it would kill her or not, so he did it in good faith or something, or he did it thinking that she wouldn't die. I don't know. All right. Just let me a follow back as focus. I have to see. I don't remember which post it was. I'll look again. Let me open up the phone line real quick for our caller. I don't have to text her the number. Boom, boom, boom. Don't put out the number, mods, because we're gonna do this call first, and then I have a limited time too, because I gotta go pick up the baby in a while. Got maybe about an hour or so. So let me do this, dial it in. I think it's better for her to call in through here.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studios host and call screener line.
Okay. All right, let me send the number. Okay, I just sent her the phone number so she can call in. Yesterday. All right, and what else did I need to do? Oh, well, I pull up her YouTube page and her website. Boom. I'm curious. All right, let me just turn on the AC real quick. Kind of hot. Hot. Cool. That is hot. Ain't no sunshine in day show. Only darkness every day. Somebody said in the chat earlier that they think that maybe they're trying to figure out if he meant to kill her. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're trying to argue he meant to hit her but not kill her. Even though he went through the lengths he did to hide the body. Boom, boom. She has a webpage too. Let me pull up her webpage. So we're already at almost a 7-hour marker. This is about 15 minutes ahead. So I'm gonna, once we get to 7 hours, maybe I'll update the poll. Bro, I didn't think we were gonna be here. I hope we're not here till Friday. I think they said that most verdicts are Friday. So after I go pick up the baby, if they're still going with this verdict, with my luck, they come back when I'm gone, picking up the baby. But if this continues on today, I think maybe we can watch the opening statements for the Baldwin trial. Yeah, the Baldwin trial. While we're looking at this webpage, this is the person that's going to be calling in. She's supposed to call in a second. She's been sitting at the trial every day. She's been deep diving the story. Let me fix it a little bit. And she has information on the case too. Montgomery. She has other cases as well. Oh, she has a dormant area too. She looked at pictures of the house. That's the mother. Okay, she called in now. Let's see. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going?
Yeah, let me fix your volume.
Good. I'm actually walking back to the courthouse now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
How's your experience been? And by the way, like I said, everybody, this is Crime Curious. Jennifer, I was showing them your YouTube page and your website. And
thank you.
What are your thoughts with all this? Well, were you expecting the jury to take this long, or kind of?
I kind of was. In fact, I personally would be surprised if we see anything today. But that's just a hunch, and it's worth exactly what you pay for it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I think that they're confused. I mean, I've been frequently frustrated, sprinkled in with a lot of sadness, but I've also been angry a lot. It's just not what I expected. The trial, I mean, the whole process.
What do you think about the prosecution? Did they do a good job, or?
Well, my biggest concern is the fact that They never even called the lead detective on the case. You know, the lead detective is Jack Dillon, and he's been on it from the beginning. And he sat down with Kayla countless times. He interviewed Adam a bunch. You know, he was chasing down leads too, but he was a lead detective. And if nothing else, you know, why not bring the lead detective up to the stand and have him say, listen, here's why we believe Kayla enough to bring this case forward to a jury. Here's why I now believe Kayla, and here's why the jury should believe Kayla as well. And it's something along those lines, you know, like, but instead they're just left with only Kayla. And then there were other material witnesses who I definitely expected to see.
They left a lot of witnesses out, right?
them.
They left a lot of witnesses.
What's that?
They didn't call a lot of witnesses.
A lot.
Yeah.
You know, one that I can think of for sure, Donna Deemers, she was Tone Badero's girlfriend at the time. Now, that's not the person that they said he was living with at Colonial Village Apartments, and that's not his wife that they also mentioned. But in the probable cause affidavit, she was his girlfriend, and because she was also doing dirt, she had a proffer. I mean, she was an important enough witness to give her a proffer agreement, to give her a certain level of immunity from certain charges, and they never even called her. Also, Travis Beach, you remember Travis Beach? So we heard from Brittany Bedard, you know, who was Travis Beach's girlfriend at the time, you know, early March of 2020 with the Econo Lodge and the U-Haul. But after that, Travis was dating a girl named Jenna Lee Paris. And there was a call into the tip line from a guy named Bobby Johnson. And he was talking about Travis and Jenna Lee being over at his house and telling this story about, you know, driving around Manchester, you know, a street that starts on, he was trying to remember a street that started with the letter C, but that Adam was throwing things out the window every once in a while, you know, all over Manchester. That never came up. Jenny Lee Paris wasn't mentioned at all. And I don't know for sure, but if I'm remembering correctly, she also got a proffer, but didn't testify.
Oh,
I
really?
have so many questions, you know, and here I flew more than 1,500 miles to be here. And I now have more questions than I had going into the trial. And that's another thing that just absolutely baffles me, Mel, is every other case that I have followed, you know, we get like the probable cause affidavit, and that's supposed to be just enough. That's supposed to be just enough evidence to get someone put in jail, right? Arrested.
Right.
And then we kind of have to wait for the trial for it to all come out. And in this case, for the first time in my experience,
everything was
there's more information in the probable cause affidavit.
Yes, that's true. That is true. Yeah.
What is that? What is that?
Yeah, that's what I felt like. I almost felt like there was barely anything I didn't know, or like it was surprising because everything in there, like you said, there was even more. Seems like in the probable cause.
Yeah. So if I could wrap it up for one word, in my experience, what I am standing here today is underwhelmed. I'm underwhelmed, and I'm pissed off because once again, Harmony Montgomery is lost in the process, and it pisses me off.
Wow. Well, I'm hopeful that they're gonna come back with guilty. Maybe they're being thorough, but you know, I don't know. Who knows? There could be one person on there that's questioning things or confused or.
Well, see, that's why. I mean, and that's when I say I'm pissed off. Let me explain why I'm pissed off. Hold on, let me stop. So, if I could explain it better, for me personally, the reason why I'm pissed off is I don't feel like it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Adam Montgomery killed Harmony. Now, that does not mean that I think he's innocent. That doesn't mean that I think that he didn't do it.
You're just
I am
looking from the
talking
legal
only about due
aspect.
process. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Due
There's a
process
difference.
in the case against Adam Montgomery, this fell short, in my opinion. And I feel like at this moment, if they do vote guilty on all charges, I don't know. I just don't think the evidence was there. Like I said, had they brought up the lead detective to say, hey, here's why you should believe Kayla Montgomery, then it would have been in the bag. Right. And I couldn't think of another case where, you know, the lead detective didn't testify, but one of my subscribers sent me a message after my last live stream, which I didn't go live last night because, to be honest, I was just deflated. I mean, I was like, look, I don't have much to report. Here's the photos. I'm going to bed. That was me last night. and one of my subscribers reached out to me and they reminded me that in the Cali Boys case with Classic and Sincere, in that case also the lead detective didn't testify. So there's at least one, but I was struggling to find one. You know what I mean? I didn't understand how somebody could work a case. And then there's like a rumor that he's maybe off on some sort of FMLA medical leave, but it's just a rumor. I think that I saw Dunleavy a few times. Now I need to find a picture of Dunleavy so I can make sure that I'm, you know, connecting the correct dots.
Right.
I think I've seen him a few times since I've been here, but, you know, certainly not on the stand, which is troublesome. Now I am registered as news media, and it's not because I'm here trying to be some sort of, you know, heroic independent journalist. Like I don't have a media badge. I just registered as news media because I wanted to learn as much as I possibly can, and I wanted to ask the professionals, you know, and they've been so wonderful. You know, I talked to the today's media pool photographer before I came back up to the courthouse today, and he's answered every question that I have, and he's explaining to me how licensing works. Like let's say that I wanted to create some sort of independent documentary film based on my experience researching this case and coming here to the trial and all of that. He told me that he's been on this thing since the very beginning. He runs a website called manchesterinformation.com. And then he also runs a company called Frame of Mind Photography. Now, he hasn't been a photographer every day, but he's a main photographer. And so he and I are going to get together either tonight or tomorrow, and we're going to discuss like how licensing works. And so I'm going to learn. And, you know, he's been here, like I said, from the very beginning. And he's got photos and video of like when they searched the Union Street apartment in real time. Like he has all of that documentation, and he's willing to share it with me, but I need to better understand licensing and contracts and, you know, the legalities of it all.
Yeah.
But I'm here to learn. But the human part of me, the mother of 3 adult sons and 1 grandson part of me is just devastated right now. And I hate to be that way. I apologize to anybody who's listening right now that I am as deflated as I am. Because I don't think that's what people want to hear, but I'm just being honest.
What do you think about Adam not being at the trial?
I think it's strategic. I mean, I know that it was initially because, you know, they wanted to strip search him and he didn't understand that because he was going to change clothes as soon as he got to the courthouse anyhow. But I believe after that, it became strategic. And if I'm honest, it's an intelligent move. If I were the defendant, and I'm not, but if I were the defendant, it's probably a brilliant move. I hate to admit it, but you know, just like people were asking me. So last time I went live, I think it was Tuesday night, and Tuesday night I was frustrated too because Tuesday was the day where the state rested, and they rested at, you know, finally Ben Agati, who's been so soft-spoken this entire time. I mean, in the courtroom, it's more frustrating than when you guys are watching online, because at least online you can boost the audio. When you're sitting your fat ass in the courtroom, you can't boost the audio. Like, you cannot hear the man throughout the whole trial. It's been so hard to hear him.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, in that moment, right before the state rests, when they're listening to that phone call, he drives it home like he's loud and proud. And I'm like, and it was ironic because this whole trial, I haven't been able to hear him very well. And then the one time that I can hear him loud and clear, my response is, wait, what the fuck did he just say? Oh, sorry for the F-bomb.
Somebody said verdict is in, but I'm trying to... They're saying verdict is in, but I'm trying to verify that. I'm trying to verify that on...
Oh, well, if that's so, then I need to get off this phone and get back into the courtroom.
Yeah, I don't see anywhere they're saying that, but I'm looking now.
Here, let me ask. Did they say the verdict was in?
Yeah, it's going to come down.
It's coming down? Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, apparently it's coming down, so Mel, I got to go, but you already know. You can call me anytime.
Yeah, we'll talk again.
I'm happy to talk to you more. I have so much to record if you want to hear it.
Yeah. So you have so much to record?
No, report to you.
Oh, report. Yeah, no. We'll come back again for sure. We'll come back again. And maybe we can do something where I send people to your channel too at some point if you're going to schedule something.
Well, I'm glad I was wrong. I'm glad I was wrong, and I'm glad that the verdict is about to come in, and it's not tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're saying that.
Tomorrow.
I haven't seen that yet, but I mean, the chat is saying that. I'm still trying to see where people got that from.
Oh well, no, I just asked all the cameramen outside, and they said, yeah, the verdict's coming down. So I'm going inside. Right. Everybody's going inside. And,
all right, the chat got it.
Do you want me to call you back after?
Depends on the timing because I'm heading out to pick up the baby in a bit. So it depends.
Oh, I got
Just
you.
Text
Okay.
me. Yeah, text me. We'll figure out a time.
As always, my love to Maddie, and
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You can call me anytime, and then I will also be going live on my channel tonight at some point.
Okay, for sure.
Okay.
Definitely
all right,
yeah.
I'm going in.
Right,
okay.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, they said Court TV in the chat. Let me see if I can find where that's at. Well, she said she spoke to somebody when they told her.
Threw away, you're not going to be able to have it.
Verdict reached, baby. Let's go, finally. All right, so let me verdict reached. I'm glad at least I can be here for it. Oh, verdict reached. Boom, boom. Oh, thank you, Lauren, for tagging me. I appreciate that. Oh, Long Crime has a verdict page. Okay. Gangster. I need to find out about that. All right. We follow it notifications. Turn on all notifications. All right, cool. I'm glad that we let me stop this. So I think the 7-hour people were right. Control Shift P. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Control Shift P. All right. So I guess the 7-hour, I guess I have to give it to the 7-hour people. I mean, if we're 15 minutes behind, it's probably like 6 hours and 45 minutes. I guess. I think it's still leaning closer to the 7-hour people. Fill up with the 7 hours. So I definitely was off. I thought 2 to 3 hours. But I knew yesterday when people were saying 1 hour, I was like, you know why? Because I've been in some trials. Well, I mean, covering some trials, like I said, that you really think it's so open and shut. And then you're sitting here hours and hours and hours and hours, you know? And again, I got to tell you, if you ever get a chance to do jury duty, if you have the chance, I say do it. It's such an interesting, you'll get a different perspective. If you can afford getting paid $10 a day for like God knows how long. Let me, what else do I need to do this on? I guess that's it. Maybe I'll make wow, I got a lot of DMs on Discord. Holy moly. I haven't checked Discord in a while. I mean, it's been like an hour. There's a whole bunch of DMs now. All right. Yeah, everybody. Verdict is in. Oh, this is good. Wow, good find, Vic. I'm glad I saved my notifications on this main page. That's why it's good to save the notifications. Because now later on, if I want to come out, we got a bunch of space. And one of my things on my little list of projects is to set up the better microphone on the other computer, the MacBook. So next time you guys can hear me better. It sounds like I'm in a. I feel like this is acting up too, though. Testing. It's kind of low. What happened to the audio? Testing. That's still good. I'm pretty sure it's going to be guilty, but I will. Let's do a new poll now. So 30% or less than 30 actually. There's still no courtroom audio. That's Harmony's mother. We'll do a guilty poll thing. No, I can't purchase notifications. Yeah, I really feel like if people hit the option, I want Ikid Mel's all of his notifications, they should give you all the notifications, not just 3. So I can't purchase anymore. So that's why I got the second channel for a bunch of reasons. But honestly, I'm so glad I did it. Really, really happy I did. I think Mel could have won this case as a prosecutor. All right, so let's do a poll. Adam Montgomery. Verdict. Guilty. Or guilty. Boom. Nah, I'll do a proper one. Hold on, let me get back to it. It'd be 50-50, right? The poll that we get all the time, 50-50. All right. Let me start a new one. I don't think. I mean, I could be surprised and I could be wrong. I don't think that there's gonna be. I think he's gonna be guilty. It's still 50-50. Guilty. I think we're kind of getting like a nice little rhythm too, as far as trials. So we can like sidestep and do extra stuff if we have to with the MacBook there. We can still do extra content on the side. Mo, is that Mo in the chat? Oh no, maybe not. I thought I saw her. There's no audio in the courtroom yet. It's just waiting. Yeah, that's the mother. Courtroom's filling up. 5% say not guilty. I wonder if they do sentencing right now, or is it going to be a later date? That's what I'm wondering about. Jackie. There's no difference in the poll. Chat is flying. Yes, it is. Probably later, right? No death penalty. Well, at least we can be done with this today. Hope for guilty. And look into the next case, I guess. They haven't read the verdict yet. No, we're just waiting. Oh, sentencing is later. Okay. Apparently, Adam doesn't have to be there now. Thank you, Emily. Says justice for harmony. Justice for sweet harmony. I called it just after lunch, right? Yeah, I could see them totally be like, let's finish this meal. Let's enjoy the free meal. Kick back. Surely. It's not going to be surprising if it's guilty for me. If it was not guilty, my face would drop. My mouth would probably drop. Yeah, I've heard people mentioning the Russ trial. People want to know. Testing. Testing. I know. Hopefully they don't take forever to come in the courtroom. Perry, I don't know either because I feel like it wasn't a good move for him to not show up. I think he should have been there. Interesting, Pippi. Okay. Oops, sorry. No. Ashley says, did you see on Twitter X that large pharmacies are possibly under attack? I'll have to take a look. Take a look. Pharmacy attack. Oh, wow. There are now reports that numerous pharmacies across the United States are reporting outages in the wake of cyber attack. Pharmacies across the United States report outages. What? Whoa, what's going on? Uh-oh. Now, the media, here's one media report. Check this out.
It may be a result of space weather. Okay, I'm going to do my best to explain what's going on. Let's go ahead and take a look. So there was a strong solar flare event that happened just after midnight, and they actually captured an image of it right here, okay? I had to look up this scale.
So, solar flare, I literally were just talking about that earlier. It was literally one of my theories. But the people online on Twitter don't believe it. They think it's a lie and that it's a cyber attack. Got to look more into it, man. The cyber attack. Finally got some audio.
Ron? Yeah, he's been. Did you call?
This is interesting.
Yes. All rise for the jurors, please.
All aboard. Yours went off at 12. I totally believe it could be a solar flare, but for sure it needs to be investigated. Who knows? Yeah, it could be a cyber attack. Thank you guys for joining for the verdict watch. The verdict is in. I'll add a little bit of slow mode, but yeah, we have a lot of members.
Would the foreperson please rise? Mr. Foreperson, it's the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in this matter.
That's correct.
As to charge ID 1937947C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree assault, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
As to charge ID 2027112C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree murder, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And as to charge ID 2027113C, charging the defendant with the crime of falsifying physical evidence, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And on charge ID 2027114C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of abuse of corpse, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And on charge ID 2027115C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your service. You've performed an important civic duty, and that is as to the alternates as well as all the deliberating jurors. What we're going to do now is I'm going to send you back into the deliberation room. The alternates are going to be able to go back now with you. You can discuss the case with each other, so it's an opportunity for you to do that. I'm going to take a few minutes with the lawyers here, and then I will come in to discuss a couple of other matters with you further, and then you'll be released from your service. All right? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
All aboard! Might be the last one for this trial. There we go. Justice for Harmony Montgomery. It's been years and years and years and years. And sadly, still don't know where her body is, but step. I guess we'll never know. The only person that knows is Adam. So we're going to talk about the cyber attack too, because it is being dubbed cyber attack, and they're saying
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
We'll wait till they stop. When they stop talking.
Counsel, we just need to schedule sentencing. I don't know how much time the parties feel that they need.
We'll say we are scheduled here on Thursday the 2nd of March for this month.
Thursday the 7th of
Will
March.
both sides be prepared? Actually, I don't know what the court may not have sufficient time that day, so let me just look. No, I'm actually going to be in trial that day. I have a docket in the morning, but I'm in trial after.
Bruno, I wonder about that too.
We need to. Maybe we could just get some time frame. Let me look to the state first about how long do you need to be prepared, and I'll have.
We may need to at least go a little bit of time beyond that. I would say. Sorry, I'm just looking at my calendar as well.
Better not to give me a date. Just tell me about how far out and about how much time you think you'll need.
I think, Your Honor, we're going to need roughly 4 weeks, so somewhere around the last week of March, first week of April.
So sometime after April 1st. I know I'm going into a lengthy trial in April, so we'll see what we can do. About how long a hearing do you feel that you'll need?
Based upon my best estimate, Your Honor, is probably at least half the day, so at least a solid 3 hours. Would be the safest time period to go. When we use less of it, we use less.
Okay, just knowing what the court's docket is, and then I know I have a 3-week trial also in April, it may not be possible to get it in that month, but we'll do it as quickly thereafter as we can, as long as that's sufficient for the defense.
4 weeks?
Certainly plenty of time.
Okay. If there are other constraints, please let the court know. Otherwise, we'll schedule it as the docket permits in sometime after April 1st. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay.
We have jury trials to work around, but smaller.
Okay. All right. I'm not inclined. I know the parties are preparing sentencing memos. I'm not inclined for a PSI unless somebody feels that one would be needed. No? Okay. Very good. Sentencing memos. Any sentencing memos should be in, I would say, given the time frame, if you can sentencing memos in 10 days in advance, that would be helpful to the court. That will give time for the court to consider any information, ample time to consider any information the court needs to consider. Anything else we need to accomplish today?
I think, Your Honor, just from the state's perspective, when we do have the sentencing date and we're getting closer, the state will ask under RSA 651:4-A that the defendant, whether he likes it or not, will have to be transported here for the sentencing pursuant to that statutory authority.
Okay. If you're going to file something, did you say?
File that, Your Honor. Okay. There's very clear statute on it. There's case law on it. We will provide that to the court ahead of time and do that in plenty of time so that the defense can respond to that before we get anywhere near that 10-day mark ahead of the hearing.
Okay. Anything else the defense wants to raise?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
So I guess sometime in April or May. Look at the dog. I guess they have to try to fit it in between their scheduling, and the prosecution said they're going to need like 3 hours maybe. So I guess they don't have time until April. So it's kind of like sucks, but I guess that's how it is. It's always interesting too how you see some courts, they do that shit right then and there. Boom, boom, boom. The judge might take 5 or 10 minutes, come up with some thoughts and notes, do it right there. And a lot of other places, they'll do it a weeks later, or month or two later. Wow. It's a lot of waiting and back and forth. The cyber attack, let's take a look at. Let's see what's going on. That's really interesting. This is here on Fox News. I should type in cyber attack to wake of cyber attack. And I'm wondering if the phone thing was a cyber attack or is it just the pharmacy thing? Is it just coincidence or has it got to be something? No. Let's look at this article. Well, I'll keep the video, the live stream up for now. I'll read what's going on. Pharmacies across the country are reporting delays to prescription orders due to a cyber attack against one of the nation's largest healthcare technology companies, Change Healthcare. I've never even heard of them before. A company handling orders and patient payments throughout the U.S. first noticed the cybersecurity issue affecting its networks Wednesday morning on the East Coast. So that was yesterday. Change Healthcare is experiencing a network interruption related to a cybersecurity issue, and our experts are working to address the matter. Once we became aware of the outside threat, in the interest of protecting our partners and patients, we took immediate action to disconnect our systems to prevent further impact. It says here, what's this? Something else? Okay, that's something else. It added, we will provide updates when it becomes available. Pharmacies across the country have put up notices that the attack on Change Healthcare is disrupting their ability to process patients' orders. We are experiencing a temporary pharmacy outage at the medical group. We will work to understand we understand the inconvenience this may cause and appreciate your patience as we work diligently. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I don't know if, the phone thing is related to the pharmacy thing, or are they two separate incidents? Let me see what else is trending. It's got to be trending. What was trending? AT&T is still trending. Somebody said, so crazy, my AT&T service comes back after the outage, and the first thing I get is a text about my bill. Bruh. Stacy says, did you hear the state request that for Adam to be present, whether he wants or not? I didn't hear that. No, I hope, supposedly he's supposed to be there for sentencing if the judge wants him to be. And I really, really hope that they make him be there. Adam needs to be there. So the trial's done. Again, justice for Harvey Montgomery. This shit, it's been a long time, years in the coming. Oh, Alex Jones says it's communist Chinese hackers. Volt Typhoon, prime suspects in AT&T mega outage. Massive cell phone outages continue. Is anybody still down in the chat? You guys got cell phone now or not? Is there still people out with SOS?
Specifically AT&T, so the calls over Wi-Fi appear to be okay. Wi-Fi appears to still give you a connection, but otherwise it might be out of luck for a while. So it's something we're watching, and we'll let you know when we get some.
He said SOS when it's time to pay that bill too. Remember that, AT&T? We're gonna SOS your ass. Zekman says Change used to be MDon. I used to work for them. Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Butterfly. Dana says Adam guilty on all charges. Sentencing after April 1st. If can't be scheduled, then in May. Okay. A lot of people are kind of pissed talking about they want some type of credit on their phone bill. I want to know more about this. Let me see. Let me just type in cyber attack real quick. Cyber attack. It seems like the cyber attack is being linked to just this pharmacy. I don't know that the phone thing is. I don't know. Rubio warns Chinese cyber attack will be 100 times worse than AT&T outage. Your power, your water. That could be something that happens in the future. That's my cell phone service is back. I don't have AT&T. I have there's people that supposedly people that don't have AT&T were affected as well. Pickle party for Adam, right?
It's just a great product.
Some can't break it down. This is the breakdown of it.
That's exactly it.
Not all energy drinks, not all.
Oh my god. Yeah, the chat section in that Twitter live is crazy. Oh man. All right, I guess maybe we'll leave it at that for now. The beautiful thing about today is that we didn't use any notifications on the main channel besides one, I think. Let me see. And we still got to cover 2 things on the second channel. We just double check. Yeah. Yeah. So on this channel, I'm going to have 2, I think. I have 1 now, but I'll have another one in 4 hours. So we're good. Thank you guys so much for joining today. Let me get the super chats as well. Emily Narb, thank you for the super chat. Says Justice for Sweet Harmony. Joanne, thank you for the super chat. Justice for Harmony. Love you, Mel. Thank you. Christy, thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Says thanks, Mel. Lilac Peach, I got that earlier. Mountain Mama, thank you for upgrading the membership. Manny, thank you for the gift. Membership gifts. Krista, 28 months. Level 2. Thank you so much. If you can dismember your daughter and blend her up in a NutriBullet, you killed her. Would have taken me 5 seconds to decide. Chapada, thank you for the 32 months. Wow, that's a long time. Holy crap. A verdict has been reached. Thank you. Press conference? On who? Harmony?
Oxygen. Okay.
I don't see nothing. Let me know what you're talking about if you can in the chat. Raven, thank you for the 5. Says Mel, we love you and appreciate you so freaking much. Thank you guys. And I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks. I'm supposed to talk to Mustard Mama later because we got to plan the challenge thing for March. She's already done a lot of work. She's done a really good job. So I got to talk with her. And I guess we got to work out a few things. And then I need to kind of sit down and figure out my own thing too for the challenge prize. So it's going to be interesting in March. And there's a few things I want to do. I should probably only come on if something breaking happens, because I think I need to get things rolling for March. And I want an email list too. I want to find a service for an email list. Okay, I don't see a thing yet, but I'll keep a look. Harmony press conference? Where's the reporter? I wonder if this is, I guess this is bad business for AT&T. They're trending all over the place. Let me try this channel. Mama Curl, thank you so much. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the super chat.
New Hampshire, and having the same attention being brought to it and trying to hold those accountable in a court of law, hold them accountable and have some justice.
There was an extra dimension of community involvement because this started as a missing persons case. And it just feels like there is a more public vested interest in all homicides. I didn't mean to equivocate this case.
That's
but,
okay.
There is a next level to this because of that community involvement from the moment of that
Accountable and have some justice.
They said, help us find this little girl.
And that community involvement has been tremendous. Residents in Manchester, but not even just Manchester. So there were residents all around the country who had different tips. We heard some of that at trial with regards to tips that came in from Florida, from Arizona, and those tips were followed up on by partners that we've worked with, the Manchester Police Department has worked with for years, and they were so important to being able to find even sometimes very, very minute pieces. Again, at trial, we heard about one particular tip in Arizona that was tracked down, and somebody thought that is worthwhile to call in to try to find somebody who was missing. And that mattered. And you might think it doesn't matter, but it really does matter. And that's the type of work that was done here. And it's not just the Manchester Police Department, although they have been lions in pursuing this case. It's also the work of the partners that they've been able to team up with. That's New Hampshire State Police, New Hampshire Fish and Game, here in this state, as well. I almost gave the list. I got to remember New Hampshire Department of Corrections and their investigative staff, who've done also a fantastic job. Its counterparts in other states, as you heard during trial, Massachusetts State Police, Massachusetts State Police Dive Team, the Revere Police. You've heard in trial, there was also had assistance from the Maine State Police, also from Maine Fish and Game. Our federal partners, Billy Tufts and everybody over there at the U.S. Marshal Service, as well as the United States Attorney's Office here for the state of New Hampshire. You also had a tremendous amount of work by the FBI in the search of 644 Union Street and other work there. If you want to talk about outside coalitions, not only those other departments, but the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which does this work not only on this case, but every missing adult and child that they can help out every day. You're also talking about some outside agencies like New England Canine Search and Rescue, who volunteered their dogs to be able to help search on several different places. That is a community response. It's a national response. And it could not be more appreciated in a moment like right now.
We just heard from Harmony's mother, and you may have addressed this already, but she still hopes to find Harmony. Where does this mean the end of the search for Harmony? What?
Excellent question. And the answer is it does not. One of the things that we could not state before, but we can more clearly state now after the verdict, is during trial, people heard the last place that Adam Montgomery had driven that U-Haul to. And I have some specifics on that. I'm hoping people are paying attention. He had that U-Haul between March 3rd into March 4th in 2020. He drove 133 miles. We heard about that on that U-Haul. Subtracting back the 2.3 miles back and forth, 3.2 from the rental, that left him with roughly a 106-mile road trip all the way down, at least through the Tobin bridge tolls, we know, northbound, southbound, northbound again through those tolls, and then back to Manchester. That only left him with 26 miles of driving that he could have done between where he was at the Econo Lodge in Manchester and going through the Tobin those 3 times. What that means is, and we know that he went through no New Hampshire tolls, so what that means is that she is somewhere along that route. And you heard about the searches that have been done, specifically in the Rumney Marsh Reservation in Revere, around the Sales Creek area, the Chelsea Creek area, behind North Shore Road. Revere Police, Mass State Police have been relentless in searching those areas with the Manchester Police Department. These ladies and gentlemen drove down and worked with them hand in hand. Those are still our big areas of search and our big areas that we're hoping that somebody sees something. Everybody who might have seen the trial also would have seen the CMC bag. And there was a demonstrative that was used during trial. It was the exact same type bag. had light tan, it was canvas, had dark colored straps, and had a CMC logo in the middle. That was positively identified by multiple witnesses as the bag that Adam Montgomery had the last night that he had that bag and the U-Haul. So that bag went somewhere along that route and somewhere within, no more than 26 miles off of that route down and back to Revere. Also at this trial, what was pointed out was the fact that Adam Montgomery was from the Revere area. He would know it very well. That is still a high area of interest, and we are still asking for anybody now who has heard this information, who's seen this information, if you see this bag, if you hear about this bag, if you walk in one of these areas and you take the dog out for a walk, if you see anything like that that seems to be disturbed, to please let us know. You heard also at trial that Harmony's body was bagged up several times inside of that CMC bag. There's a high likelihood that there may still be parts of her that we can recover, part of her body, pardon me just for a second, part of her body that we can recover. We're really hoping that we can do that. We really hope that she can get the burial that she deserves, that everybody deserves.
Do you think that he'll ever cooperate with you and your investigators and lead you to the body at any point? Do you have hope for that?
I don't know that I can speculate with regards to what Adam Montgomery thinks, the choices that he's made between when he did this, the choice to do what he did, and then the choices he's made since then. I can't speculate on what choice he may make in the future about whether or not to say where she is. But he knows where she is. So.
Ben, what's your
message
to anyone that thinks they can dispose of a body and get away with murder in New Hampshire?
With regards to that, if anybody who thinks that they can do that, certainly we have cases every day where individuals do things like that. They try to falsify physical evidence, and the work of law enforcement has been tireless to find out who they are, track them down, and hold them accountable. Go ahead. Hold on just a second. She got you first.
Here for sentencing, or could he skip that as well?
Under RSA 651:4-A, and I know that's a mouthful, but underneath that particular statute, it says that a defendant shall be brought forward for a statement from a victim in a crime involving a homicide and needs to be here for sentencing unless otherwise excused by the court. That's the statute. As you may have heard in the courtroom, we will be filing with the court and asking the court to enforce that RSA so that he is present for sentencing. Go ahead.
This was a tough case. The victim has never been found, so you prosecuted a murder without a body. And your star witness was somebody who had credibility issues, yet it only took this jury about 7 hours to come back with a guilty verdict on all counts. Do you have any thoughts on how that all came together? Because that's not an easy thing to do.
Well, I obviously don't know what the deliberations were back in the jury. That is sacrosanct with the jury. It's something that neither a court nor the parties will ever ask about. That's their decision-making of how they went forward. But one of the things you saw at trial was the tremendous amount of corroboration here. So it wasn't just one person and their say-so, even though that person's say-so could have been enough to simply find it guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. There were so many other parts to this, so many other witnesses that did come forward that corroborated different parts of the story that had been told. So I think taking the whole into account is something that every jury does, and certainly I would imagine that that's what this jury did here as well.
What sense did you get from the jury? Do you think they got it? I mean, obviously you delivered a guilty verdict, but talking to them, was there a sense that this was going to end up this way?
I don't know that I had any more sense than anyone else in terms of usually when giving a closing argument, certainly that's something where I'm focused more on making sure that I'm telling and recounting what happened truthfully and accurately for the jury. You folks would be in a better position than I would to be able to read the jury and try to interpret how they were receiving it.
How about in terms of him not showing up? Do you think how did that impact the trial, do you think?
Well, the jury was specifically instructed. They could not take that into account. They could not even discuss that during deliberation. So we imagine that the jury followed the judge's instructions and that was not taken into account. That is his choice. If he chooses to not be here for trial, then that's what he would like, and that's what he gets.
Are you looking forward to seeing him at sentencing? I mean, you've been working on this case for some time.
The only thing I can respond to that is at the last sentencing that occurred, which was last year, he stated that he did not kill his daughter and that he looked forward to the trial.
We look very much forward to sentencing.
May I ask the police chief? Yeah, chief. Is that possible?
Sure, Chief Ellenberg?
In some of those early press conferences, you were very emotional talking about this. A little on your feelings today.
Yeah, I want to thank the team. I didn't do anything on this. Detective Max Rahill, Jack Dunleavy, Captain Layton, Captain Larochelle, where are you? I know you're back there somewhere. And many others in the back of the room, Jesse O'Neill, Lyons, and these two gentlemen here. State of New Hampshire is lucky to have people like Attorney Agati and Attorney Knowles going after justice for victims. Yeah, it's been an emotional ride. I'll leave it at that.
What was it like for you to hear, you made sure you were here during the trial, and you were also here when the jury delivered that verdict, guilty. What was it like when you heard that verdict, guilty?
Feel good for the team, honestly. Dedicated. It's hard. Still got to find her. It's kind of where been articulated that well. If anybody, please, I mean, this girl deserves better than the life that she had. And at least this team, I'm thankful to the media as well, who kept Harmony's story out there. Bob, I know you did, Amy, many others, and you did it respectfully. You did it with dignity, so we appreciate that. And I just, there's never a good day with these things. This isn't about winning or losing. This is about a 5-year-old girl that was murdered by her father. And I can think of no worse crime. And I'm looking forward, and I know they are, to seeing them and seeing him in sentencing.
Chief, I noticed Harmony's mother give you a handshake after everything. What did that mean?
Just a simple gesture of thank you. What do you say? You know, mother lost her daughter. It's tough.
You know, she felt like she couldn't get anybody's attention. She kept sounding the alarm, and it wasn't until she got to Manchester PD that somebody listened.
Yeah, and Jack Dunleavy right there, he's the one that listened. And went to Lieutenant LaRochelle at the time, and went to Captain Layton, and we listened. And a couple other people at the back of the room, and many over there. We listened. And I got to be careful, but there's been some failures here. And those failures were not on the part of the Manchester Police Department. I will stand by that till the end of my career and beyond.
Who's that?
I still firmly believe that some people in some other agencies need to be held accountable.
Yes.
And I'm asking for that. This little 5-year-old girl, she deserves somebody to be held accountable that failed along the way. Because we wouldn't be standing here today if other people had done their job. And if that hurts feelings, Ben's looking at me. I'm getting the look.
There's only one person I hold accountable, Chief, but that's all right. We just found him guilty.
Yes, sir.
Chief, you mean the state of Massachusetts and the state of New Hampshire?
Yeah, I do. All right, being honest with you. Will that ever happen? I don't know.
Probably not.
The man ultimately who
they
is
get a
responsible
pass.
for this act has been found guilty of a
They're never in trouble. They get a
murder.
pass. They can do whatever they want with the kids.
There as a child shouldn't be able to go unseen for 2 years without anybody taking notice.
Blows my mind.
You're on the pulse of the city. What's the temperature of the community out there right now?
I haven't been outside the building yet. I got to imagine as a community, greater Manchester area, the state of New Hampshire, probably feels pretty good right now that we collectively as a state did our part on behalf of Harmony. And, wherever she is right now, maybe she, feels it and feels what we're able to get done because of this team here. And Amy, where's the advocates? They're here somewhere. Ladies, all right.
Right,
didn't want to forget
MSK,
you guys.
right? All the PC people giving them a look.
Home, there's a tip line.
There
Sir. Was
is
that
a tip line
necessary?
will remain open. Don't ask me them off the top of my head right now because I got a lot going on. But the tip line is open. That's out there publicly available on our website and many other places. So, yes, to the Attorney Agati's point, somebody's got to, I'm still convinced somebody's out there knows something a little bit more about where she may be, perhaps. And when the weather starts to break and people start getting out and walking around and the areas that they normally wouldn't in the winter, maybe they keep a little extra eye open, right? And maybe we catch a break.
When is he expected to be sentenced?
I'm about to say, I think I got that answer. With regards to sentencing on that, I expect that sentencing will probably be somewhere around, it could potentially be either just before the beginning of April, end of March, or it could be into May. It could take some time. It's all up to the court schedule on that, and also there needs to be adequate time. So we're estimating it's probably going to be at least a couple of hours, probably 2 or 3 hours for sentencing to take place. That's all on the court schedule, and we'll abide whatever the court says.
Can you offer us a range?
Minimum?
Yeah.
Maximum, minimum. So, all right. So I've got to go through all the charges. For those of you unfamiliar with New Hampshire, when you get a felony sentence, you get 2 numbers. There's a minimum number and there's a maximum number. The minimum number can be no more than half of what the maximum number is. Essentially, your minimum number is the amount of time that you will spend there, and when you hit your minimum number, you are then eligible for parole. You may or you may not make parole, and then you stay on parole all the way up until your maximum number if you make it. So that's under the power of the Department of Corrections. Essentially, for the crime of abuse of a corpse, that is a Class A misdemeanor in New Hampshire, and that is punishable by a maximum of 12 months in the County House of Corrections. With regards to the second-degree assault, as well as the falsifying physical evidence, and the witness tampering. Each one of those are Class B felonies. Maximum punishable is up to 3.5 to 7 years in the state prison, plus a $5,000 fine and 5 years probation. With regards to the charge of second-degree murder, the murder there is anything up to life with the possibility of parole. However, here, Harmony was under the age of 13, which means under the operation of RSA 651:6, the minimum that the court should impose is 35 to life. Those sentences, whatever the court chooses to impose, they could be concurrent or consecutive with one another, but they must be consecutive to the career criminal charges that he was sentenced with last year, which means that whatever the court gives for sentencing from today's convictions will be consecutive to the 33.5 to 67-year sentence he got last year for the 2 armed career criminal charges.
Fair to say he's never getting out, if we wanted to shorthand it?
It's a lot of time. And I hope I'm not practicing at the time that minimum date ever comes around.
The intercom kind of interrupted you when you were talking about how it's possible that we could still find Harmony because of the way she may have been wrapped up.
That's possible.
And I'd also like to ask you, in your closing, you talked about how she was robbed of her dignity and peace and a tombstone to go over her head, which was battered by paint.
Correct.
So put that all together for me. Why is it so important that we still remember and find Harmony, even though her father is now convicted on all counts?
It's important that we find her for dignity, for respect for another human being. It's not about a feather in the cap.
Guys, so I have to head out now. I don't want to leave this thing running. I dropped the news channel link in the chat if you want to see it. Harmony's mother did speak, but we didn't get to see that. We'd have to rewind. So I have to head out for now, but maybe I'll jump on later. We'll see. Like I said, I want to work on the challenge. There's a few projects on the side that I need to work on offline. The health, the fitness challenge, the health challenge, whatever the challenge for March for the members. I want to change some microphones around for the laptop, and I need to come up with a mailing list. I want to do all that today. But I dropped the link in the chat, and I'll also put it in the description. If you want to go check it out yourself. Oh, actually, let me give you a better link. Hold on. That link doesn't rewind. Let me give you, so you can actually rewind if you want to rewind. Vic sent me this link. This one's actually a better link. The one that we're watching doesn't have the rewind function. They didn't enable it. So I'll drop it in the chat and in the description. Press conference. And again, thank you guys so much. Really, really appreciate you guys, man, riding with me. I don't know what the next thing is going to be. What next? I don't know. I know some people are talking about the challenge. Who can bench the most? You might get, I don't know. I don't even know if I have the weights to put on. I need to get some more caddies. That might be kind of fun. That might be a me and Hoax thing. But I feel like, Hoax, you've been doing weights for a while. I might need to work it up. But yeah, thank you guys again so much. We'll have 2 notifications on this channel, I think. Make sure you subscribe to both channels, please. This one and Ikid CC. Should be a fun month coming up in March. And I think we're getting a nice rhythm too for when we start covering trials. If I need to sidestep, I can just jump on this bad boy. I just want to get the audio better on the second computer. It's a little bit all over. It's not like I'm in a can or something. Up to all except the trolls. And yeah, take care, you guys. I'll probably see you guys later. With all the shit that's going on, well, I'll probably see you guys in a bit. 10 minutes later, 30 minutes later. All right, love you. Bye. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Justice for Harmony. I hope they find her. I think there's more